I just want to let you know this video is going to be incredibly long because I wanted to let you see some of the process that goes into what I do here on YouTube and share some behind the scenes stuff with you. This is not a highly developed form of communication that I'm doing today. This is me sharing with you, and I kind of just left the camera rolling in all of the scenarios that I was in. And so there, I'm going to put chapter markers on this video. So if you don't see them on the player, you can look in the description. But this is a video that's intended to hopefully help you just kind of see some things that go on behind the scenes. So enjoy. Hello, faithful friends of the internet. Listen, today I want to do something a little different that I think will be interesting. I need to go make a cup of coffee, but basically what I want to do is I want to sit down, read the scripture, come out with a teaching and teach it, and do all of that on video this morning. And I'm doing some other things too. Like one, I'm filming in a different frame rate than I normally have been. I'm wearing a lav mic right there. I want to see how noisy that is. So I'm doing a bunch of stuff to kind of just, test things and see what's going on. But the reason is I haven't read yet today. Normally I do that very early in the morning. It's about 9:15 now. But my wife wanted to sleep in today, and so I wanted to she normally takes the kids to school, and so I took the kids to school. So my morning got all shuffled around, and I just figured, first thing in the morning, I don't really want to get on camera. 9:15, whole new world. Also, I feel like I have to say every time, pool guy's here, he's gonna be like, what the heck is going on? Every time I get on camera, I feel like I have to say, our house is a wreck. But it's because, it's a couple of reasons. One reason is because we're busy making money. Reason number two is because we're moving. And so I'm like going through all kinds of stuff right now. In fact, you can see in here, this is a wall of packed stuff. And then this is all garage sale stuff coming up soon. Donation stuff, a tripod, more moving boxes. This is all stuff I'm sorting through right now to go over there and to be packed. And I just got to get some more things that are appropriate size. So that's it. Let's make some coffee, shall we? One of the most important things with a Yeti mug is figuring out where you like the hole. So I like to hold mine here, but I'm ever so slightly like this. So I need the hole to be slightly towards 5 o'clock. This is 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. 5:30-ish. This is the stuff I think about during the day. Some of y'all wonder where the insight comes from, and part of it is just that I'm contemplative in general, so I'm always thinking about stuff that possibly does or does not matter. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab my Bible, I've got my pens, I've got my iPad. I did a video on this recently, all the stuff that I do, going over into GoodNotes. November 1, 2021. I also pull up logos. Okay, so here's the deal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get into my Bible here. I am going to just read. Now, the unfortunate part, dung, dung, dung. The unfortunate part is I'm not actually reading great portions of Scripture for a teaching anyway. I'm reading Romans 15 and 16 and then Mark 1 and 2. So this isn't like I get it. It's all important. Don't be that person. But I'm not in a hotbed of good pull a teaching out and roll with it stuff here, okay? Just knowing the layout of the scripture. So this is what I'm going to do is I'm going to read. I'm going to find something to teach you, and then I'm going to teach it to you. Now, outside of doing all of this on camera and my schedule being wonky this morning, this is not unlike how I do all of my teaching stuff. I rarely, if ever, sit down and go, I want to talk about this, and then build a message around it. Now, I may say I want to teach through, a book of the Bible, and so I'm systematically working my way through that. But most of the stuff that I teach, like on Grace for Life, unless it's like core to the theology, some of those first things I did were just really core to the theology that I embrace. But what I'm typically doing is I'm sitting down in my daily Bible reading. I don't have a daily Bible reading and then a working for you guys Bible reading. It's all the same thing. And so I sit down, and then whatever comes, if something comes, I jot it down, and then I may revisit it later and just structure it a little bit better. But this is how I come up with messages. They come straight from my daily in the Word Bible routine. Now, before you guys go, because there's going to be some people who want to get on here and kind of be like, I can't believe that you would show this, you you need to go into your closet and pray in secret, blah, 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 blah. Look, I feel weird about it too, but this is the nature of what we do online. And it's not that I've read the Bible, several thousand days that I've never shown you, but today I'm going to put it on the internet, and I'm probably not going to talk. I don't know how much of this I'm going to show, because it's basically just me reading. It's nothing, some of y'all want to overthink this stuff. It's just, you're just reading the Bible. So my desk is messy. I got napkins from McDonald's. So we had McDonald's yesterday after church. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Interesting little fact. We went to a different church yesterday. I won't go into all of that. But the guy who plays, or at least yesterday, who played piano or played keyboard at the church is the guy, check this out, he's the guy who taught the guy who taught me. Isn't that crazy? And so he's down here now. Isn't that nuts? Lives right around the corner. Okay, so I'm going to read. I'm going to stop talking to y'all. Goodbye. Okay, so I just did the Romans reading, and I thought it was a good point just to kind of stop and tell you. So in Romans 15, there were two phrases that I thought could be real teachable, and these would not be, well, one of them certainly wouldn't be deeply theological, but it would be good, especially life principle kind of stuff to help you succeed in the things that you want to do. Romans 15:5, and it goes up a little bit there in the 4 too, but it says, may the God of endurance and encouragement, the God of endurance and encouragement. So we could talk about the importance of endurance and encouragement in order to succeed and to do the things that God has put in our heart to do. But then there was another one over here, man, and this one might, and sometimes you just have to recognize when you might have to chew on it a little bit longer. But in Romans 15:13, it says, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing. May he fill you with all joy and peace in believing. A lot of times what we want to do is we look at faith as faith is the means to a result, especially in a camp kind of like mine, and you got the prosperity and all that stuff. So you get people who the faith is the means to the thing that you need. And we forget the joy of the journey. We forget that there is much joy and peace not only in obtaining, but in believing. in the moments leading up to it. You know, it's one of the things where at that time of the year, it's November 1st. So we're at that time of the year where the anticipation for Christmas and Christmas presents and all that stuff, it's building, especially for little kids, right? And there is not only joy in the opening of the presents, but there's also joy in the moments leading up to it, and the things that happen in this time of year. Yesterday, even though it was Halloween, because of the supply chain issues right now, we are more conscious of needing to do Christmas gifts quickly or early on. And so we had our kids picking out their things that they wanted. So we have a computer for them that's on the big television. So we have 75 inches of observing everything they do on the internet. It's hooked up to the main TV in the living room. And so we told them, we said, get on here, get on Safari, and start looking for the toys that you want. And so they just went window shopping for everything that they want. And I'm telling you, I was looking at my kids who are very different from each other. They don't get along all the time. You know, one of them wants to be with the other one all the time, and one of them wants to be with the other one none of the time. You know, so we're dealing with that stuff. But I watched them as they were pulling all that stuff together, and they were just so excited. And they were having so much fun looking for the things that they wanted for Christmas. And there was no obtaining of the thing, but they were filled with joy and peace in the believing. Do you see how easy that is to teach right there? That is so good. But I still feel like there might be some more spiritual mining that needs to go on it. So I don't know. I might teach it lightly here in a minute. We'll see. So now I'm going to go over to Mark and read Mark 1 and 2. See, this could even be good. Like I said, you know, this stuff would be dry, but, you know, Mark 1:1 says, the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ. A lot of times what we do is we talk about the gospels like that is the gospel. The gospel in the sense that we use the phrase the gospel, it really isn't. Now, gospel wasn't a strange word. Back here, you would have like the gospel of Caesar or the gospel of, you know, whoever. And it would basically just be the story of their life or their exploits or whatever. And, but when we talk about the gospel, we're talking about the fullness of the understanding of the finished work of Jesus Christ. Not only what Jesus did, but what he did accomplished. And so I often say, you know, you can't just read the Gospels to get the gospel. You have to read the epistles to really get the gospel, because that's, you know, the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, tell you what Jesus did. The epistles tell you why it matters. Why does it even, okay, cool, that Jesus did that. Awesome. But how does that apply to me? And so you've probably heard me say things in the past like, you know, I want to help you appropriate the finished work of Jesus Christ to your life. How do you appropriate that to different portions of your life? You know, hopefully holistically, but here you have that. It says it right there, Mark 1:1, the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ. This is not just the gospel. This is just the beginning. Yes, this is the beginning of the book, but the whole work, all of Mark, all of Matthew, Luke, John, they are the beginning of the gospel. This isn't the wholeness of what needs to be communicated to you, but these are the beginning of the gospel. And I got to stop talking to you. I got to read. Oh, man. Okay, so another thing that I see here is in Mark, Mark has a tendency to use the word immediately a lot. Now, I know that coming into the text. I use logos here. I've started highlighting. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to highlight every time the word immediately pops up in this pink, because it's a data point. And I have different pinks for different things. And I tend to try, if a word's getting repeated a lot, like in Hebrews, it kind of goes, you know, angels, 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 Abraham, 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 Moses, Moses, Moses. And so I will, for instance, everywhere on this page, you can see that it says angels. There's a pink mark. And I'll just mark the word. I'm not using my big, big pink for that, I'm using a lighter pink on these immediatelys because I'm going to go through the whole book and do it. Just kind of make that decision. But I use logos to verify that I got all of them, and I did. I was doing good. I was paying attention. But then I just looked, and so there's 36 results for immediately in Mark. So in the English Standard Version, at least, immediately occurs 36 times. Let's just see in the New American too. Now see, in the NASB, it has it 40 times. So there's a word that is being used. Just seeing if. Okay, so here, for instance, just noticing this, just little things you pick up. In verse 43 in the ESV, he says, and Jesus sternly charged him and sent him away at once. But in here, it says Jesus sent him away immediately. So little things you pick up when you're just looking. And you can't do a lot with it, but it's there. So anyway, I came in, I saw that. Verse 12 says this, the Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness. Now, if you were to look at the same account over in Matthew chapter 4, verse 1, and I want to say this again, the way I know this stuff is I read the Bible over and over and over again. Some of y'all never read the Bible all the way through and you go, I don't have no insight. People want to get in here and they want Bibles with cross-references and stuff. I don't need cross-reference. I am the cross-reference. The more you read it, the more you can go, oh, hang on a second, well, in light of this, that makes sense. So I sit in church and I'm hearing stuff and they'll read a scripture. They'll read a scripture and they're over here preaching a message and I'm off to the races, going through all this biblical index that I have from just reading. It's exposure does that. It's the same thing that if you loan somebody $20 and they never pay you back, the next time someone asks you for $20, you're immediately going to go, oh, hang on now. Last time I loaned somebody $20, I never got that money back. So the ethics of that are neither here nor there, but it's a point of reference in your brain. It's baked in. That's what going through the scripture all the time says. So anyway, chapter 4 versus being driven, or the Spirit drove him into the wilderness, it says then Jesus was led by the Spirit. So right here, I just, and I wrote this down, that the Spirit immediately drove. Mark's choice to use the word drove, and Mark writes from the perspective of Peter. Mark is a disciple of Peter. So the Spirit immediately drove. Maybe that is an insight into Mark or to Peter. Maybe they aren't quite led as easily. Maybe they need a little bit more of an aggressive push. So when they sense the Holy Spirit speaking to them, they don't have a gentle nudging of the Spirit, but rather they have the Holy Spirit aggressively communicates with them or puts them in situations where it is obvious that they have to make a move. And so it's just an insight. But you kind of see here this immediately he was driven. And then over here in the first thing that Mark says about Jesus, or the first thing that Jesus says in Mark, let me rephrase that. The first line is the time is fulfilled. So I'm kind of taking these three things here. The Spirit drove. The time is fulfilled. Immediately. And I've got this idea of why are you waiting? Why are you hesitating? Well, now I'm going to put this with all of my life experience and all of the things that I do, in business and what may, and we just see that people taking that next step is the number one reason they don't succeed. Most people do not fail. Most people fail to start. Most people do not fail, they fail to start. They just don't ever take that first step or the next step. They never move forward. So here we just have this overwhelming idea that why are you being hesitant? Let's get to work here. The time is fulfilled. The Holy Spirit drove immediately. Man, just what a good little thing to see. So, and again, this would not be deeply theological. This is not going to be, if I teach this, an expose on the Trinity. This is going to be, hey, God hasn't given you a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and sound mind. Greater is he that's in you than he that's in the world. You're more than a conqueror. So what are you afraid of? Let's take that next step. And you want to know something? If one person takes the next step, if one person steps forward, do you know what the message, the non-theological message does? It changes somebody's life. But it doesn't change their life minus Jesus. It changes their life with Jesus as the central point. And that's a win, folks. That's a win. Man, I didn't think I was going to come on here and tell you all this stuff. So anyway, I'm going to process for a few minutes, and I'm going to think about what this could be. And then we'll make something out of it. So I'm kind of going with this Mark thing. And so something to keep in mind, some folks believe that Mark is either a summary of Matthew or that Matthew is an expanded version of Mark. And so something just for you to be mindful of that can be really helpful. How you apply it is, your own discretion. But any time that Mark has additional information as opposed to Matthew, that can be incredibly insightful. Anytime that it says it differently, or anytime that it has more information. So for instance, that the time is fulfilled, the parallel to that moment, this is essentially Jesus' first moment of preaching in Mark. Well, over here in Matthew chapter 4, verse 17, from that time Jesus began preaching. So kind of the same moment here. It just says, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Over here, it says, the time is fulfilled. The kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. So two things there. The time is fulfilled. Believe in the gospel. Those are very preachable things. They're very notable things because they're not mentioned over here in Matthew. So just that is one of those things you can, in a certain segment of the Bible, you can be mindful of. The Matthew and Mark parallels. Obviously, you can parallel things through the whole of the Gospels, but Luke is not an eyewitness. Yeah, I don't really know that Mark is an eyewitness either, now that I'm saying that, but it is written from a perspective. We know that Mark is written from Peter's perspective. We know Luke is a compilation. I'm pretty sure Matthew is first person. As a matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about that, we've got a first person, a second person, a compilation. Don't trust me on all that. You might need to go look some of that up. But then John is written differently. John is written from a more intentional perspective. John is written, as John says, so that you might believe. Versus Matthew, Mark, Luke are written to communicate the events that occurred. Okay. All right. So I think I'm gonna do that. So this is kind of what I'm doing. I'm kind of doing, because again, this is not deeply theological. And by the way, when you take moments to not be deeply theological, it does give you the ability to produce a little bit quicker. Two things that allow you to produce quickly. One is if it's not of, eternal consequence. That helps. But the second is if you just know it really well. So like if you draw on what you know, or if you go back to what you know. If I can find a way, if I'm preaching something, it's not that I don't want to preach the text. And I'm pretty good about preaching the text, but there's also moments where you don't. And that's what people don't understand. You do both. You preach the text, but there's also moments where you preach what is innately in you. You preach from your revelation, your understanding. That's why Paul in Romans says, my gospel. I just read that at the end there in Romans. God, I cannot do all this today with y'all. But at the end of Romans here, what does he say? He says, now to him who is able to strengthen you according to my gospel. And so there's something about just drawing out what's in you and preaching that. And so when you do that, sometimes you can just take a passage that might be out on the edge of your revelation, and we're gonna pull that thing into the gravitational field, and then we're gonna preach what we know. And so one is if it's not of eternal consequence. The second is if it's from your revelation. So when I do life principle stuff, I have a lot of authority in those areas because of what we've done in our life and the success that we've seen. But it's not necessarily my revelation. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to tell a little bit of story time. We're going to get into the text. I'm just going to show that in this moment in the text, kind of just when you look at this page, you see this immediately. He was driven. The time is fulfilled. We've got to stop hesitating. We got to stop waiting. And then, bam, I'm going to go over and I'm going to just give a few tips on how you can start moving today. Okay? So, and a lot of times when I give tips, I like to keep it to 3. So I'm going to do 3 tips, and then I'm going to preach it. I'm going to teach it. I'm going to bleach it. Hallelujah. Yes. And then we'll come over here and we'll edit it. And I'm going to edit in a different software today too. I'm going to use Final Cut Pro because I opened Premiere yesterday and I did something and it shut down on me. And even though I prefer Premiere for the stuff that we do, I think I'm going to do this in Final Cut Pro. And then I'm going to be done with all this for the week because we got some work stuff we got to do this week. That's pretty major. And media. Okay. So I think I've got it. Let's set up and film. I actually want to stay on the camera for this. Normally, what I do, let me show you what I normally do. Normally, I film on one of these, which is a hard drive recorder, and then I can put the hard drive in and I don't have to import the footage into the computer to edit. And then I do my audio on here because this is a better audio recorder than the camera, but also it is time coded. So the time code matches this. That's a whole nother thing. So they sync up really well. But I do not want to do that today. I would kind of want to see what it's like with the audio on the camera. I have the audios going straight into the camera, and now you just saw a picture of it. So I need to put a different lens on here because this is too wide for over here. I need to be able to zoom in more than that to frame this up well. And then we'll go from there. I'm gonna keep the pink paper up because we're using that this week and it's just where we're at. I'll teach this thing and see how everything looks and feels and sounds. We'll use the pulpit and everything today. Okay, so I've got that up. Let me put this was the lens we were just using. Let me flip this so I can actually see what's going on. Okay. Now, by the way, in case you couldn't tell, I changed my wardrobe. I'm gonna turn on the studio lights. Okay. But I also got some black shirts just in case. So let's see, that's pretty bright. Or I'm sorry, I'm doing something different with the camera, and so I need to fix some of the brightness here. But I think I'm gonna do it with the lights. I'm not gonna try to get in on the paper as much. I think I may back out a little bit more. Yeah, that's a little wide, but coming down on me a little bit. The other thing is I'm not using a big TV or anything, so I'm losing a little bit of my ability to know what's going on. Okay, so I've got that. Then we'll shut that. We'll teach it. But first I want to take off some of these lights. Okay, I'm having a hard time seeing how balanced it is, but I think we're gonna go with that. Kind of winging it on this. Normally I would put a little bit more time and energy into getting that right, but virtual what we're doing, I think it's fine. Let's see. Okay, we need both. All right. All right, I've got my coffee here, so I can use this table if I need to. Now, I am doing this fast. This isn't my normal setup, but you can kind of see how I get in here and do it. I mean, that chair is just like sitting right there, but there's the camera. It's right over the computer, Dragon Zord. So, you see my lighting set up. Got the sign on the door. Okay, so I'm not in love with what I have going on in here right now, but it'll do. All right, I feel pretty good. Let's do this. Oh, am I still recording my screen? Oh, that was the focus. There we go. And this is a little weird because I'm about to feed y'all some sausage that I just showed you how it gets made. So the way that I like to start in a way where I'm getting in. So I'll hold my Bible and get into it, and we're gonna go straight to the teaching. Can I keep that up there? Beautiful. Let's see. Let's sting it some kind of way.
This broadcast is brought to you by the monthly ministry partners of Jason Mayfield Ministries.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet. I'm Jason Mayfield. You are watching Grace for Life-ish. It's not an episode of Grace for Life, but it's like an episode of Grace for Life in case you haven't seen the entire beginning of the video. I've been showing you how I make this kind of content. And so this is a pretty exciting day here in the Grace for Life studios. Doing a lot of crazy stuff around here. This crazy stuff's always happening, man. Hey, today I want to talk to you about taking the first step. As a matter of fact, we'll just title this, Take the First Step. It is both a title and an instruction. What? How about that? Let's turn in our Bibles to Mark chapter 1. And I kind of want to share with you some things that I saw in Mark chapter 1. Share with you some of the thoughts that I think can really help you when it comes to taking the first step. You know, the number one thing that we've seen that keeps people from succeeding is that they ultimately are afraid to start. As a matter of fact, one thing that we've noticed is that most people don't actually start and then fail. They just fail to start. And there's a myriad of reasons for that. There's a myriad of reasons that people are afraid. Maybe you're afraid of failure. Maybe you're afraid of judgment. It's funny, you know, sometimes me and Ashley will both feel this great hesitation because of what someone who does not matter might potentially think. And of course, I know to the Lord, everyone matters, but in the big scheme of your life, there's just some folks that just really don't matter. And you have to get real if you're going to come on this show. You're going to have to get real if you're going to watch Grace for Life-ish. I mean, you gotta get real, and so we can talk about some stuff that's actually happening in the world, and we get halted because of those things. And so it could be a variety of reasons. You could be afraid to invest money into something because you're afraid of losing money. That would be a scarcity mindset, you know. And but you have to take the first step. You know, there's so many first steps that we've had to do around here in the last few months. You know, my wife just did a program. It's a mental toughness program called 75 Hard. And one day she just walked into my office and she said, tomorrow I'm doing 75 Hard. And, you know, in a split-second decision, made a 75-day commitment. You just have to do it. I recently wrote the first draft, the first manuscript of my book. And the way that happened, a book called Money from the Master's Hand. This is going to be a powerful book. It's going to change your life, especially going to change your bank account. But this was something that I just had to sit down, and as simplified as this sounds, because it really is what it was, I just had to sit down and start writing it. Just had to sit down and start writing it. You know, one of the channels that we learn a lot from on YouTube about how to make videos and do things is a channel called Think Media. And Think Media, they have a little sting that they use at the beginning of all their videos. And it's this guy saying, you've gotta just press record. If you're gonna make videos, you gotta just press record. No matter, you can do all the research, you can do all the things, but at some point you gotta just press record. And so I was reading in Mark today, in Mark chapter 1, and 3 specific instances just drew my mind back to, you gotta take the first step. You gotta just press the first step. What? Yeah, we'll use what we can. We'll tie it in any way that we can. That's right. And so the first one, if you're in Mark chapter 1, I want to draw your attention to Mark chapter 1 and verse 12 that says, the Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness. Well, the first thing I want you to notice there is that it uses the word drove. It used the words. I hope that this is a message today that drives you to take the first step. But I thought it was interesting because in the same account in Matthew chapter 4, verse 1, it says that the Holy Spirit, or the Spirit, led him into the wilderness. But in Mark, it says that he was driven into the wilderness. And, you know, Mark is written primarily from the perspective of Simon Peter. Mark was a disciple of Peter. That gives you a lot of insight into Mark already, because we know that it's one of the shortest books. If you look over at the epistles that Peter wrote, they're pretty short. Peter just says what he's got to say and he moves on. And when you even watch Peter's behavior throughout the Gospels, you'll notice he seems to speak as quickly or quicklier than he thinks. he'll I sympathize. I feel that. I might be like that a little bit. And so he'll speak and let you know immediately what he's thinking. And I thought maybe this is just something that Peter dealt with. Maybe Peter or Mark, either one of them, as their personality type, they needed a little less gentle nudging, a little less quiet whisper of the Holy Spirit. Maybe they needed a little bit more of a drive. They needed their situation or their circumstance to get a little funky. They needed to be put with their backs up against the wall, and they had to be driven to change. Something had to happen to get them to the point of change, or the point of action, or the point of doing the thing that they knew that they needed to do. But the other thing that it does here is this is actually the second time it says it in the chapter. It says, immediately he drove him into the wilderness. Again, just because of my history and reading the Bible, I know that Mark uses the word immediately a lot. As a matter of fact, this morning as I was reading, I counted out the immediatelys in chapter 1, and in chapter 1, I think it was 9 times in chapter 1 that it says the word immediately. It was once or twice in the second chapter, but then I looked this up to see how many times it says immediately in the entire book of Mark, and it says it 36 times. 36 times Mark says immediately. That's interesting because the word immediately only shows up in the English Standard Version 102 times in the entire New Testament, meaning that 35.3% of the time the word immediately is used, it's used in the Gospel of Mark. So there is a sense of why wait in Mark. There's a sense of why wait. And then on top of that, in Mark chapter 1, verses 14 and 15, it says this. This is interesting. It says, "Now after John was arrested, Jesus came into Galilee proclaiming the gospel of God and saying, 'The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel.'" Well, I thought this was interesting because the same account in Matthew chapter 4, this is the first time that Mark preaches, that Jesus preaches in Mark. And the first time that Jesus preaches in Matthew chapter 4, is it verse 1 or verse 17? I want to tell you right, and because I'm sitting here, I can look. Okay, verse 17. It says, from that time Jesus began to preach, saying, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." Notice he doesn't say, "The time is fulfilled." Why wait any longer? In Mark, he says that. It's just interesting because, again, Mark, it has this essence in chapter 1 of now is the time to make the next step. Now is the time to take your first step. Now's the time to take your next step. Now's the time for action. Now is the time to make things happen. You know, the other day I was listening to someone, just for a few moments, who is not a Christian. They aren't a believer, but they said something that got me thinking. They said, "I think patience is an overrated virtue." And you know, patience is a fruit of the Spirit. Patience is a sign of love. Patience is obviously important. Patience is a Christian behavior. But it got me to think, do we misapply where we should have patience? The reality is, we want to have patience in the sense that we don't expedite, we don't hurry up, we don't get to work in making a change in our situation, but then we won't have patience with people. Because if you don't believe the truth, brother, I'm not gonna have patience with you. And it's funny that the truth just happens to be whatever our political party is talking about at that time. Isn't that weird how that happens? How truth is so connected to our politics. Wow, that's so insightful. And so anyway, she had said that patience is an overrated virtue. And I think when you are being patient with individuals, when you're being patient with people who are on their journey, when you're being patient with people who are, maybe they aren't a godly individual, and we're demonstrating patience to them so they will feel love, they will sense that they're loved, they'll sense that there's something inside of us that may not be inside of them. And when you show patience to people, when you show patience to people who are growing in their faith, when you show patience to people who believe differently than you believe, I believe that is important. I believe that you could never place, that is beyond valuable. You couldn't place a value on that. It is so crucial to our spiritual life and to following Jesus Christ. But I do think that we can be overly patient with our circumstances. Too often, we just allow things to go on and on and on, or we allow things to stay the same, and we never make the move to change, to move our life in a direction that is better, that is more profitable, both financially, spiritually, you could even say mentally, our physical health. We don't take those steps. We don't just take the step, and we don't grow impatient with what's going on, impatient with the issue at hand, and then make a change. And so in that sense, I think we ought to be a little less patient. I won't get into it in this message today, but yesterday at church, they were talking about being content. And I thought, my goodness, we have just misappropriated the idea of being content. Should we be content in all things? Absolutely. Was Paul content in all things? Absolutely. Do I think we understand what content means? I don't. I think we've made it something that it's not. So today what I want to do is I want to give you just a few tips on taking your first step. This is what is holding you back, is you haven't taken the first step. And I want to help you take the first step. And by the way, when you take your first step, it needs to be an actual step. It doesn't need to be a pretend step. It doesn't need to be a baby step. It doesn't need to be a little scoot. You need to step forward and start moving. And you're going to have to determine if you're doing that or not on your own. So, number one, first thing that you need to do is you need to determine the step. You need to determine it. You need to do your research. And I am a details person. I like information. But here's the thing. Even though I would encourage you to do the research that's necessary to take the first step, you've got to make sure that you set some parameters on yourself and that you do not keep yourself from taking action because you're researching. So put some parameters on that. Dave Ramsey calls this the paralysis of the analysis. You can't get yourself to move into action because you're just analyzing. And so we're going to not do that. We're going to take that first step. We're going to determine what it is with a little bit of time. We're not going to take forever and research it. I would say, if it's a brand new idea, a week at most. If it's something that you've been pondering for a long time, you need to take tonight and think through it. And tomorrow we need to get to work. Number two, you need to schedule it. You need to schedule it. Put it on the calendar and don't change the date. When are you taking that first step? When are you taking that first step? So one of the things that I do, by the way, that's really helpful for me in general, it helps me with my productivity, it helps me make sure I'm doing the things I need to do, is I do something called calendar blocking. And I don't think, there's another thing that people call it, and I'm not sure what it is, but I call it calendar blocking. I'm pretty sure other people do as well. And I use calendar blocking versus a to-do list. So anytime that I have something to do, let's just say I have 5 things to do in a day, rather than putting them on a list and saying I'm going to execute these 5 things, I go into my calendar. I do it digitally. I use my phone. You could use a day planner, whatever you want to use. And I go into my calendar and I actually put the time that I'm going to do it and how much time I believe it's going to take. And so I put those in my calendar, and then now it's on the schedule, and I'm not going to overschedule myself. I'm not going to overwhelm myself. I'm going to do it at the right time. I'm going to have the right amount of time, and most days I end up running ahead of schedule, which is good because I like being ahead of schedule, frankly. I really do. And so calendar blocking helps, and that way you can put it on the calendar, make sure you have enough time to take those first steps, and sometimes it might be blocking out several days for you to do stuff. But if it's a several day thing, you might want to break it down into incremental things that you schedule so you're not just ending up spending more time researching and going back to step 1. And then step 3 is you need to track it. You need to track it. So you got to determine it, you got to schedule it, and then you need to track it. You need to keep a journal or a checklist to verify that you're doing what you're supposed to. Now, a real simple way that you can do this, I used to buy these little tiny journals that were like 3.5 inches by 5.5 inches. They were really small, and so I'd get these little bitty journals and I would try to just write a page every day. And that way I wasn't trying to write a novel every morning. And so you could get one of those little journals and track the progress of whatever the change is that you're making in your life, whatever you've taken the first step on. Because once you take the first step, you've got to take the rest of them until you arrive where you want to arrive. Something else that I did is I used something called the Productive app. And I don't even know if it's around anymore, but basically every day it would make sure to tell me all the things that I need to do every day. I just check those off and it'd tell me how many days I'd been consistent. And so, very good. So you just need to track it. You got to make sure that you track it. But ultimately, you have to take the first step. I was processing this idea yesterday, and I won't get into it too much. But the grace is essentially, it works like this. Because, and this is a little bit of the issue for me because I'm a grace preacher. So I'm convinced that everything that you need is fully provided in the finished work of Jesus Christ. So in the finished work of Jesus Christ, you are favored and you are blessed. But if you aren't doing something to be favored and blessed in, this thing, this favored and blessed, has nothing to go over and set itself on. And so you need to make sure that you're producing activity in your life that the favor and the blessing can come over and rest on and manifest and produce and reproduce and grow and expand. So you've got to make sure that you're taking those first steps. So maybe you're watching this today and you say to yourself, Jason, I have yet to take the first step in my faith. Forget the first step in everything else in my world. I haven't taken the first step in my faith. I haven't even put my faith in Jesus Christ. Just for a moment, I want us to set aside any other thoughts of taking the first step and let's just focus on that. And I want you to repeat this prayer after me. If you say, today's the day I need to put my faith in Jesus Christ. Say, Dear Jesus, I give you everything that I am. I hand my life over to you. It has become obvious that I am not sufficient of myself, and I need you to help me be whole, to help me be complete. I make you the Lord of my life. In Jesus' name, amen. Now, to be honest with you, when we say prayers like this, I think you just got grandfathered in. I think you've got about 3 weeks of salvation. You need to get into a church and find out what the gospel in its completion is and actually know what you're putting your faith in. We are saved by grace through faith, and we need to make sure that that faith is directed towards Jesus Christ and His finished work. So find a good church in your local area and get in there and develop your faith and grow in Jesus' name. Hallelujah. Well, hey, I'm so grateful that you joined me today. Make sure that you share this with a friend. Make sure that you take the first step. And until next time, I'm praying that you continue to experience grace for life through Jesus Christ. See you in the next video. Okay, so was that my best message? Was that my best video? Was that the most complete message or video I've ever done? Absolutely not. But that's okay, because I was bringing you on the journey with me today. So that wasn't my next book that I just did. So anyway, what I'm going to do now, coincidentally, that was actually what the initial idea for Grace for Today and Grace for Life were. A year ago or 2 years ago, I was considering starting the year by basically taking the concept of daily vlogging and Christian television, merging them together and saying every day I have to go into the Word. I would take you with me. I have to go into the Word. I have to come out with something to preach. And so every day, basically, you go with me for 2 or 3 hours, and of course we'd condense that, and you would get to see the process of being in the Word, writing out a message, preaching it, and then that would be the end of every video. So that was the initial idea, and I just didn't do it. Someone discouraged me pretty hard, and so I just did my thing. Well, I'm kind of glad, though, because I really, I like to vlog occasionally. I don't like doing it every day. I'm doing it right now. Today is one of those days. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set my computer up, and I'm going to go into Final Cut, and I'm going to edit this whole thing down, and you're going to be able to see. What's funny is I don't even use Final Cut, so it's going to be weird because it's not what I edit in. But I'm going to show you me editing in Final Cut this video. So it would be kind of like we get to do it together. We're sitting down here at Final Cut. I'm having to get through some updates here. Now, the interesting thing is I don't use Final Cut on a regular basis. I think that looks a little better. I don't use Final Cut ever. So I've got stuff importing. It's saying it's going to be about 13 minutes. So we'll let that import, and then we'll come back and we'll start building everything. Well, you know what? While it's importing, we actually can start building some things out. I just want to put it, let's put it in there. Let's call this building a video, and we'll call it a vlog. Okay, let's go new project. We're gonna do 24, 4K, 422. Everything's looking good to me. Building a video, vlog. All right, that all looks good to me. Now, I am going to build some roles because normally I use Premiere, and there's going to be things that I'm not going to be sure how to do. This is going to be fun because I don't think really like I've ever put myself out there as not knowing what to do. So dialogue, video, titles, actually all of this looks pretty good. Don't do any of that. So we're going to be doing a lot manually in here. We can go ahead and pull over this stuff. Edit roles. Select all that, make sure, assign audio roles, music. Assign video roles, graphics. Graphics. Audio roles, effects. I don't even know if I'll use any of that. I do have a couple of things in here that I've built out before that kind of match what I have in Premiere that I use. It doesn't look exactly like it, and if I was going to use Final Cut all the time, I would want to clean that up. Okay, I have my commands on there. All right. I've thought about going back to Final Cut for a couple of reasons. One is that it's easier for people to use, and some of my vision moving forward is really getting other people launched into this first-person teaching ministry video making, you know. But the problem is, one, when you're doing multiple series type things, Premiere's just better because you can pull up all these sequences at once and you can look at all the different videos that you're editing at once and you can pull back and forth between things. The other thing about it, Premiere, is that the audio is so much easier to work with. Audio is like your friend. And Premiere has a bazillion features. And it's because it's been the standard for so long, you can pretty much figure out how to do anything with just a quick Google search. The thing about Final Cut, though, is it's faster, both in its back-end optimization and its interface makes it a little easier to edit. So it's faster all the way around. It's optimized for Mac. So if you're on an Apple, you know, it's optimized. And Premiere just crashes. Like, I don't have tons of crashing problems, but it just updated to the new software. Crashed automatically. And actually, that makes me think I need to go in here and figure out how turn off automatic updates Adobe Creative Cloud. I don't see that at all. That's from 2019. Let's see if this works. Stop auto update. Gear. I have no gear. Let's go there. Preferences. Apps. Auto update is off now. Thank goodness. Done. Okay. So at least I won't run into that in the future. And the other thing about Premiere is if you got the Creative Cloud, you have everything versus Final Cut. You know, the other good thing about Final Cut is a one-time purchase. Adobe stuff is subscription-based. So that's almost done. So 6 minutes. All right, so now we're going to try to edit this. Now, by the way, there is the possibility that I get so frustrated with this that I turn around and do it in Premiere. Okay, so Now, I go pretty fast, so just so you know, I have in my keys, my smart keys here, if they're set up the way they're supposed to be, I have with no modifier on Q, W, and E. These are the big ones for me. Q is trim to start, E is trim to end, and W is blade. It should just cut right where it is. Yeah. Okay. So what that means is that when it's in here, if I go, notice this marker, if I go Q, it cuts that and moves to the end. If I go E, it takes the end off, and if I do W, it just cuts it in half. That is a way that I kind of edit quickly, because I can just keep my fingers right here on Q, W, and E and rock and roll. Also, if you need to, you can keep hitting the L key to kind of
Hello, faithful friends of the internet. Hello, faithful friends of the internet.
Listen, today I want to do something a little different. Also, just while I'm at it, another thing that Premiere lets you do is you can lay out all your windows and kind of keep a bunch of stuff open if you want to. And I can't do that here.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet.
Listen, today I want to do something. Love you. I see you in a little bit. Something a little different that I think will be interesting. I need to go make a cup of coffee. Different that I think will be interesting. I need to go make a cup of coffee. But basically what I want to do is I want to sit down, read the scripture, come out with a teaching, and teach it, and do all that on video this morning. And I'm doing some other things too. Like, one, I'm filming in a different frame rate than I normally have been. I'm wearing a lav mic right there. And oh, one other thing about Final Cut, it has spell check built in. In Premiere, doesn't. So you put all kinds of stuff spelt wrong in Premiere. But when you have spell check, you're more likely to put out something with the wrong word. So that's tough. Number one question people ask about Final Cut in groups is, what is this box? It's when you're zoomed in and it lets you move around the screen. Okay, let's see. We'll go with that. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay.
Is I want to sit down, read the scripture, come out with a teaching, and teach it, and do all that on video this morning. And I'm doing some other things too. Like one, I'm filming in a different frame rate than I normally have been. I'm wearing a lav mic right there.
Let's see if I can do kind of figuring things out. I used to use this only. Movements. Do you have a wipe?
Different frame rate.
Okay, I don't like that. By the way, I'm showing you guys a trick here. This is how you learn stuff on the internet. You type it into Google. FCPX text transition. Should be gone by the time I open it. So in Premiere, I could do this really easily.
Different frame rate than I normally have been. I'm wearing
I don't want to do it.
In this video, we'll take a test. For unit size, select all. Now, if we play it back, the entire title slides onto your screen at the same time. You can apply each one of these animations one character at a time.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to drop a transition on there.
Okay, hold up.
Lav mic.
I'm gonna wipe it.
Lav mic. Different frame rate than I normally
that
have
works.
been.
We'll
I'm
just use
wearing
that
a
for
lav mic right there. I want to see how noisy that is. So I'm doing a bunch of stuff to kind of just, test things and see what's going on.
We're testing things. We're seeing what's going on.
But the reason is
My monitor's over here that I'm recording in, and that's why I can't help but look at myself.
I haven't read yet today. Normally I do that very early in the morning. It's about 9:15 now. But my wife wanted to sleep in today, and so I wanted to let you know when I take kids to school. So I took the kids to school. So my morning got all shuffled around, and I just figured, first thing in the morning, I don't really want to get on camera. 9:15, whole new world. Whole new world.
Fortunately, I'm pretty comfortable just keeping my stuff normally,
Also, I feel like I have to
and not feeling like I need to cut a lot of stuff out.
say every time pool guy's here, he's gonna be like, what the heck is going on? Every time I go on camera, I feel like I have to say that our house is a wreck, but it's because but the reason is I haven't read yet. Also, I feel like I have to say every time pool guy's here, he's gonna be like, what the heck is going on? Every time I go on camera, I feel like I have to say that our house is a wreck. I feel like I have to say our house is a wreck, but it's because it's a couple of reasons. One reason is because we're busy making money. Reason number two is because we're moving. And so I'm like going through all kinds of stuff right now. In fact, you can see right now. In fact,
I like the audio being bigger. I'm used to that.
you can see in here, this is a wall of packed stuff. And then this is all garage sale stuff coming up soon. A wall of packed stuff. Donation stuff, a tripod, more moving boxes. This is all stuff I'm sorting. This is all stuff I'm sorting through right now to go over there and to be packed. And I just got to get some more things that are appropriate size. Yeah, so that's it. Let's make that's it. Let's make some coffee, shall we? One of the most important things with a Yeti mug is figuring out where you like the hole. So I like to hold mine here, but I'm ever so slightly like this. So I need the hole to be slightly towards 5 o'clock. This is 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 5:30-ish. This is the stuff I think about during the day. To be slightly towards 5 o'clock. This is 3 o'clock. I'm doing a lot of audio analyzing just to, see if it's helpful. Some of y'all wonder where the insight comes from, and part of it is just that I'm contemplative in general, so I'm always thinking about stuff that possibly does or does not matter. Does not matter. Does not matter. It's very colorful in here right now. Stuff that possibly does or does not matter. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab my Bible. I've got my pens. I've got my iPad. I did a video on this recently, all the stuff that I do, going over into GoodNotes. November 1, 2021. So here's the deal. I also pull up logos. Okay, I just remembered I have stuff right here I need to import. We'll just airdrop that. Same thing here. Did I get that stuff earlier from on here? No. Well, wait. Wait, yes. Is it in here? Okay. I'm going to go. I just want to share it. AirDrop. There we go. Mac Mini. Okay, got to put those things in there. I might have messed up a screen recording from earlier when I used that might not be any good anymore. We're going to find out in a minute. Okay. We're going to take this footage and we'll no, come back, I need you. Of course, I'm having all these problems right as I'm recording. Let me see if I can connect here. I never know if it's the Bluetooth on the Mac Mini or if it's me. Oh. All the stuff that I do, going over into GoodNotes, November 1, 2021. So here's the deal. I am, also pull up logos. November 1, 2021. So here's the deal. Also pull up logo. Also pull up logos. Okay, so here's the deal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to... What? I have never had that happen with Final Cut. Now, I will say, I'm on an underpowered machine right now. I'm trying not to buy a new laptop until we get into the house. Let's see how far that goes. So at least I've got all of that. Also pull up logos. Okay. November 1, 2021. Doesn't look like I lost anything. One. Also pull up logos. Okay, so here's the deal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get into my Bible here. I am going to just read. Now, the unfortunate part, the unfortunate part is I'm not actually reading great portions of Scripture for a teaching anyway. I'm reading Romans 15 and 16 and then Mark 1 and 2. So this isn't like... You know, I get it. It's all important. Haven't done any of these in this video. Let's just zoom a little bit. That might be a little more than I normally would. Bring it down just a scotch. You know, I get it. It's all... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Position. There we go. You know, I get it. It's all... This isn't like... You know, I get it. It's all important. Don't be that person. But I'm not in a hotbed. I get it. It's all important. Don't be that person. But I'm not in a hotbed of good pull a teaching out and roll with it stuff here, okay? Just, you know, just knowing the layout of the Scripture. So this is what I'm going to do. Yeah, I think I lost that. I'm going to read. I'm going to find something to teach you, and then I'm going to teach it to you. Now,
outside of doing all of this on camera and my schedule being wonky this morning, this is not unlike how I do all of my teaching stuff. I rarely, if ever, sit down and go, I want to talk about this, and then build a message around it. Now, I may say I want to teach through, a book of the Bible, and so I'm systematically working my way through that. But most of the stuff that I teach, like on Grace for Life, unless it's like core to the theology, some of those first things I did were just really core to the theology that I embrace. But what I'm typically doing is I'm sitting down in my daily Bible reading. I don't have a daily Bible reading, and then working for you guys Bible reading is all the same thing. And so I sit down, and then whatever comes, if something comes, I jot it down, and then I may revisit it later and just structure it a little bit better. But this is how I come up with messages. They come straight from my daily in the Word Bible routine. Now, before you guys go, because there's going to be some people who want to get on here and kind of be like, I can't believe that you would show this, you need to go into your closet, pray in secret, blah, 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 blah. Look, I feel weird about it too. But this is the nature of what we do online. And it's not that I've read the Bible, several thousand days that I've never shown you. But today, I'm going to put it on the internet, and I'm probably not going to talk. I don't know how much of this I'm going to show, because it's basically just me reading. Some of y'all want to overthink this stuff. Just read the Bible. So my desk is messy. I got napkins from McDonald's. So we had McDonald's yesterday after church. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Interesting little fact. We went to a different church yesterday. I won't go into all of that. But the guy who plays, or at least yesterday, who played piano or played keyboard at the church is the guy, check this out, he's the guy who taught me. Isn't that crazy? And so he's down here now. Isn't that nuts? Lives right around the corner. Okay, so I'm going to read. We'll stop talking to y'all. Goodbye.
So now I can just kind of scan and see when I'm talking. So I could probably turn this into its own video. Wasn't that pleasant? Oh, I remember now. I stopped it and started it when I started talking again. Because I was thinking ahead. Let's put a transition on that. Okay. Put a whoosh on that. Let's just go 4B. Okay, so I just did the Roman. Okay, so I just did. Let's go back and grab this stuff from earlier. I just did. I don't know how much longer that was. I can actually find out right here. In and out. How long is this? Change duration, 7 minutes, okay. Okay, so I just did the Romans reading, and I thought it was a good point just to kind of
and I thought it was a good point just to kind of stop and tell you. Just to kind of stop and tell you. So in Romans 15, there were two reading, and I thought it was a good point just to kind of stop and tell you. So in Romans 15, there were two phrases that I thought could be real teachable. Endurance and encouragement in order to succeed and to see, this could even be good for Christmas. And there was no obtaining of the thing, but they were filled with joy and peace in the believing. Do you see how easy that is to teach right there? That is in the sense that see all this. Let's see. How long is this going to be? We're at 13:18. There we go. 13:18. Okay. 25:40. Okay, so another thing that I do the same kind of thing. See, this could even be good. Like, what is that? It's 25 minus 13. Push down. Okay, we need a whoosh. Oh man. Okay, so another thing that I see here is in Mark. Mark has a tendency to use the word immediately a lot. And I know that coming into the text. I use logos here. Can I go? Can I go search? Now see, in the NASB, it has it 40 times. So there's a word that is being used. Just saying if. Okay, so here, for instance, just noticing this, just little things you pick up. In verse 43 in the ESV, he says, and Jesus sternly charged him and sent him away at once. But in here, it says Jesus sent him away immediately. So little things you pick up when you're just looking. We'll make something out of it. And then we'll make something out of it. I'm going to think about what this. I must go to the front door now. So I'm kind of going with this mark thing, and let's find out what I bought. I'm pretty sure this is hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide. We're always doing fun stuff around here. Thought I had lost this. Tried to cancel it because I found it. Came anyway. Let me show this to you real quick. I have one of these, but I needed a couple more. I bought one to test. This thing is amazing. If you have a lot of devices that need USB charging, especially like if you have camera equipment stuff, but like our kids, you know, they both have an iPad, they both have a Switch, my daughter has a phone, so that's 5 devices right there. This thing is a charger, but look at all of those, let's put it, those USB ports. So this is amazing. Linchpin product right there. Okay, let's add it. So something to keep in mind. Some folks believe who taught the we got some work stuff we got to do this week. That's pretty major. And media. Okay. Okay. All right, so I have so I have the teaching kind of outlined in my iPad. All right, so I have the teaching kind of outlined in my iPad. I'm going to open it up here on the computer, and let me just see. Okay, so now I've got that on. Hey, how you on the screens? Okay, so now I'm recording on the screen so I can show you what I'm doing. You want to put your vagina on a tree?
Scratch it.
Oh.
Leaving at 12:30, so I can go.
Well, typically that's the precursor to, well, you snored all night. I think I slept okay. I don't know. Was I loud?
I'm asking.
Oh. Well, typically that's the precursor to, well, you snored all night.
No.
All right. I love you. Okay, so I've got it up here too, so I can write and media. Okay. So the way I'm gonna line these up is I'm looking at my iPad here on the screen, and when that comes up, okay, I marked that, and then I can go here as well. Mark, and then those should be fairly similar. I don't know what that means. But I do know if I go here, that's going to be 0. Here we are. Okay, bring you over. Bring you over. Come on now. I think I'm going to leave this whole thing here just so people can see it. Okay, so I think I've got it. Funk. And that'll go back to 0. Okay. Okay, so I think I've got it. Film. I actually want to stay on the camera for this. Normally, what I do, let me show you what I normally do. Normally, I film on one of these, which is a hard drive. Let's set up and film. I actually want to stay on the camera for this. Normally, what I do, let me show you what I normally do. Normally, I film on one of these, which is a hard drive recorder, and then I can put the hard drive in and I don't have to import the footage into the computer to edit. And then I do my audio on here because this is a better audio recorder than the camera, but also it is time coded. So the time code matches this. That's a whole nother thing. So they sync up really well. Want to do that today. Do not other things, so they sync up really well. But I do not want to do that today. Today. I kind of want to see what it's like with audio on the camera. I have the audio is going straight into the camera. The audio is going straight into the camera, and now you just saw a picture of it. Okay, Now, for the first time, I am going to try to do what I do. Now, I could make this in motion, and it would, I could use it every time, but I'm going to manually make a backdrop for this. And let's see, we need to go here, let's pull a color. I'm not going to be as brandy as I normally am. I'm just going to grab a color that I think will work. I might end up being brandy here in a second. It kind of looks like mine. Okay, so I've got that. Now let me go grab a thing like this. Okay, kind of like that today. I'm gonna put that right there. And then we'll go blend mode, multiply. Pull that out a little bit.
Right. And now you just...
Okay. Can I put a stroke on this? Doesn't look like it. Okay. And I'm not going to try. Normally I would. In Premiere, I would put an outline on that of some...
have the audio is going straight into the camera.
And that's actually the camera from my phone. That actually, it just picked it up.
The audio...
So let's take that. See if that looks a little better with
the camera. I have the audio is going...
Okay, so let's go. Oh, no. Bam. Bam. We're going to separate these. Detach audio. Then I want to trim those to where it looks like the same clip, but I'm using the audio from there.
Camera. I have the audio is going straight into the camera, and now you just saw a picture of it. So I need to put a different...
Feel like. Let me look at my little... So I can do a drop shadow. Let's do that. Position 0, 0. Blur. At all. At all. I much prefer the way it is in Premiere.
On the camera. I have the audio is going straight into the camera, and you just saw a picture of it. So I need to put a different lens on here because this is too wide. So I need to put a different lens.
See if I got this back. I prefer a mouse over a trackpad. Because I'm old school.
And now you just saw a picture of it. So I need to put a different lens on here because this is too wide for over here. I need to be able to zoom in more than...
and that to frame this up well. And then we'll go from there. I'm gonna keep the pink paper up because we're using that this week and it's just where we're at. I'll teach this thing and see how everything looks and feels and sounds. We'll use the pulpit and everything today.
Okay, so now we're getting into it.
Yes.
It's 88, so we're gonna go 89. Okay, so I've got that up. Let me put this was the lens we were just using. Let me flip this so I can actually see what's going on. Okay. Now, by the way, in case you can tell, I changed my wardrobe. I'm gonna turn on the studio lights. Okay, but I also got some black shirts just in case. So let's see, that's pretty bright. But my eye. That's pretty bright. But my ISO is also down. We are going. So what I'm noticing right now, I'm doing something different with some of my colors in here. And also, I'm using a different camera, so I need to fix some lights here. And I'm doing something different. Or I'm sorry, I'm doing something different with the camera, and so I need to fix some of the brightness here. But I think I'm going to do it with the lights and not. I think I'm going to do it with the lights. I'm not going to try to get in on the paper as much. As much. In on the paper as much. I think I may back out a little. You know what? I'm going to kill those little transitions. I'm just going to let it be. A hard. I'm going to try to transition in. I'm just like paper as much. I think I may back out a little bit more. It's a little wide. The other thing is I'm not using a big TV or anything, so I'm losing a little bit of my. Yeah, that's a little wide.
Sorry, we had a little bit of camera shutting off problems. Okay. See that right there? That was probably good for lighting. I probably could have left it right there. I want to mark that and maybe even get a photo of it real quick. Hold on. I'm just going to put these down in the downloads folder and I'll come back to it. Okay, I'm having a hard time seeing how. Okay, we're gonna take this and speed it up considerably. Okay, I'm having a hard time seeing how. I'm gonna let that be like that. Seeing how balanced it is, but I think we're gonna go with that. Kind of winging it. Kind of winging it on this. Normally I would put a little bit more time and energy into getting that right. But virtual what we're doing, I think it's fine. Let's see. Okay, we need both. All right. Okay, so like right now, I can see, you can still see the chair. Let me just see if I move it at all. Okay, I do move it, so it's no big deal. I can use this. You can have my coffee here, so I can use this table if I need to. Now I'm doing this fast. This isn't my normal setup. And then sometimes you can just kind of use audio, but you can kind of see how I get in here and do it. I mean, that chair is just like sitting right there. But there's the camera. It's right over the computer. Dragon Zord. So. But. It's right over the computer. Dragon Zord. Dragon. Okay. I want to zoom in when I say Dragon Zord on that Dragon Zord. Okay. Right over the computer. Dragon Zord. So. You see my lighting set up. Long videos, man. Got the sign on the door. Sign on the door. Got the sign on the door going on in here right now, but sign on the door. Okay, so I'm not in love with what I have going on in here right now, but
It'll do. All right, I feel pretty good. All right, I feel pretty good. Let's do this. Oh, am I still recording my screen? Oh, that was the focus. There we go. Okay. And this is a little weird because I'm about to feed. This is a little weird because I'm about to feed y'all some sausage that I just showed you how it gets made. So the way that I like to start in a way where up there, beautiful. Let's see. Let's sting it some kind of way. Let's sting it some kind of way. Hello, faithful friends of the internet. All right, so right here, I want to put in just a quick stinger. We'll use that. Let's go find that. Today is brought to you by the ministry partners. Let's find that. Voice over. Let's go. Date last opened. Maybe it would be in here. Actually, you know what? Probably. Name, Grace for Life. Go to Drobo, Brand Projects, Grace for Life. Grace for Life Show. Those are graphics. Those are... I do have that. Okay, let's grab that. That's good. But where's the voiceover actually at? I don't want to go pull it again, but I will if I have to. Let's try Dropbox. Jason Brand. Have Grace for Life in here. Grace for Life voiceovers. Okay, let's pull that in here and then we'll look at it. It can't be imported. Oh, probably because they're not on the computer. Ooh. Ooh, I'm allergic to video editing.
This broadcast is brought to you by the monthly ministry partners of Jason Mayfield Ministries.
Okay, that'll work.
This broadcast is brought to you by the monthly ministry partners of Jason Mayfield Ministries.
Okay. See if that'll go straight down. I need to figure that out. The override.
And away.
This broadcast is brought to you by the monthly ministry partners of Jason Mayfield Ministries.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet. I'm Jason.
So we'll go ahead and edit this a little bit like we would.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet.
Put that there.
I'm Jason Mayfield. You are watching Grace for Life-ish. It's not an episode of Grace for Life, but it's like an episode.
Okay, so now that we're in here, what I want to do is I want to create I need an adjustment layer, I believe. So let's go to motion. And I think this is how you do it, if I remember. You create a title, you delete the title, save as, we'll just put it in there as well. Adjustment layer. Utilities, create, publish. Let's see if that works. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this adjustment layer. I'm about to show you. Now I can do this in Premiere for sure, and I can do it fast. Perfect. What we're going to do is we're going to multicam this really quickly. So first of all, I want to just get this a little bit better. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be the wide shot. We'll keep that right there. So now it'll look a little better. Let's go change duration. We'll go 11 seconds. Then I'm going to copy that same one. Can I change the roll on this? Color, we'll do that, apply, and then can I change to adjustment layers? Ah, beautiful. Okay. So now we have that, and then we're going to take this one. Okay, I want you to lean in for a second because I'm about to show you some stuff that's really cool. So we're going to take one camera and make it a multicam. I'm going to go 140. Heck, 145. Bring it down a little bit. Bring it over a little bit. There we go. I wish I had a grid I could turn on. Can I? Is there a grid in here? You want to see that? What else have I got? Yes. Okay. And I could have just not been in the center of the shot. So there's also that possibility. No, it looks like I was more centered up than I thought I was. Okay. So we got that. And then I've got this one. We'll stay right there and we'll see if I'm...
Okay, I'm a little more centered than I thought I was. Can I do a ruler? Do I have a ruler of some nature? View. Sure would love a guide. Let's see, hang on.
Today we're going to take a look at how to get grid lines in your video editor. Check to make sure that I am exactly dead center. Other times I like to crop in. Let's say I do a jump cut. I like editor, and guess what? I get these rule of thirds lines.
Man, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to pull the guide down. And if I can't do that, I'm just not going to do it at all. But what's a good rule of thumb is for your eyeballs to kind of stay in the same line, the same horizontal line. Bring me down a little bit. There we go. I think that's probably about it. Grace for Life, but it's like an episode of Grace for Life. Okay, we're going to let that be a minute long. Change duration 1000. There we go. Okay, and now I can take that, I can copy it over here. Now watch this. Just by taking this, I can copy it a couple of times. Now there will be automatic. That keeps people from succeeding is that they ultimately are afraid to start. As a matter of fact, one thing that we've noticed is that most people don't actually start. And now watch this. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to take this first adjustment layer and we're going to zoom with it. Just ever so slightly. We're going to scale and we'll position. We'll change those, okay? And then we'll go over here. And now we're going to go add keyframe, okay? And so we're going to scale. We're going to bring this down a little bit. Bring it down a little bit more. That is too scaled in because it's going to jump too hard. The guide would make this a lot easier. But now I'm just going to zoom.
Mayfield Ministries.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet. I'm Jason Mayfield. You are watching Grace for Life-ish. It's not an episode of Grace for Life, but it's like an episode of Grace for Life. In case you haven't seen the entire beginning of the video, I've been showing you how I make this kind of content. And so this is a pretty exciting day here in the Grace for Life studios. Doing a lot of crazy stuff around here. This crazy stuff's always happening, man. Hey, today, so now normally I would wait to put the music in, but because I'm kind of doing a different video here. Let's go over here. Got the dimming sound.
Every Monday, I'll stand my way. I'll be the one to have the highest price to pay. If I make it home tonight, may I hold you?
Let's go in here. Let's do it's just old school hip hop's generally a good way. Sorry, give me a moment. One thing that helps, which I do have, is when you have kind of a list of pre-curated songs that you like to use. I just want to use something different right now for this. And let's go up here. Let's go moods. Let's go happy. And do we have... genres. Let me just see here. Let's go back to hip hop, moods, happy, and we'll just let that be for a moment. Well, sometimes when I can't find anything there, I do go over to Soundstripe, which I also use, and I think most of my stuff for the TV show is from this. Sign in. Okay, let's see, my media playlists. You know what? I used to use that on Grace for Today, so I'm going to use that. We'll say right there. I also like it because it starts right away. Roll.
Ministries.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet. I'm Jason Mayfield. You are watching Grace for Life-ish. It's not an episode of Grace for Life, but it's like an episode of Grace for Life. In case you haven't seen the entire beginning of the video, I've been showing you how I make this kind of content. And so this is a pretty exciting day here in the Grace for Life studios. Doing a lot of crazy stuff around here. This crazy stuff's always happening, man. Hey, today I want to talk to you about... Let's check that Hello, faithful friends of the internet. I'm Jason Mayfield. You are watching Grace for Life-ish. It's not an episode of Grace for Life, but it's like an episode of Grace for Life. In case you haven't seen the entire beginning of the video, I've been showing you how I make this kind of content. Now, I'm not going to do this in this, but what I would normally do is have generic graphics that would be popping up throughout the video. Visit the website, go give, here's my cell phone number, those kind of things that I would just have randomly popping up, kind of in a template that I already have built. And so this is pretty... Let me check over here and just see how I'm doing on... Only got about 13 minutes left on there. Exciting day here in the Grace for Life studios. Doing a lot of crazy stuff around here. This crazy stuff's always happening, man. Hey, today I want to talk to you about taking the first step. As a matter of fact, we'll just title this Take the First Step. It is both a title and an instruction. What? How about that? Let's turn and an instruction. What? How about that? Let's turn in our Bibles to Mark chapter 1. And I kind of want to share with you some things that I saw in Mark chapter 1. Share with you some of the thoughts that I think can really help you when it comes to taking the first Bibles to Mark chapter 1. Okay, so we'll close that right there, fade it. How about that? Let's turn in our Bibles to Mark chapter 1. And I kind of want to share with you some things that I saw in Mark chapter 1. Share with you some of the thoughts that I think can really help you when it comes to taking the first step. You know, the number one thing that we've seen that keeps people from succeeding is that they ultimately are afraid to start. As a matter of fact, one thing that we've noticed is that most people don't actually start and then fail. They just fail to start. And there's a myriad of reasons for that. There's a myriad of reasons that people are afraid. Maybe you're afraid of failure. Maybe you're afraid of judgment. It's funny, you know, sometimes me and Ashley will both feel this great hesitation because of what someone who does not matter might potentially think. And of course, I know to the Lord, everyone matters, but in the big scheme of your life, there's just some folks that just really don't matter. And you have to get real if you're gonna come on this show. You don't have to get real if you're gonna watch Grace for Life-ish. I mean, you gotta get real, and so we can talk about some stuff that's actually happening in the world. And we get halted because of those things. And so it could be a variety of reasons. You could be afraid to invest money into something because you're afraid of losing money. That would be a scarcity mindset, you know. And but you have to take the first step. You know, there's so many first steps that we've had to do around here in the last few months. You know, my wife just did a program. It's a mental toughness program called 75 Hard. And one day she just walked in my office and she said, tomorrow I'm doing 75 Hard. And, you know, in a split-second decision, made a 75-day commitment. You just have to do it. I recently wrote the first draft, the first manuscript of my book. And the way that happened, a book called Money from the Master's Hand. This is going to be a powerful book. It's going to change your life, especially going to change your bank account. But this was something that I just had to sit down, and as simplified as this sounds, because it really is what it was, I just had to sit down and start writing it. Just had to sit down and start writing it. You know, one of the channels that we learn a lot from on YouTube about how to make videos and do things is a channel called Think Media. And Think Media, they have a little sting that they use at the beginning of all their videos. And it's...
Now you see that those adjustment layers went away. So I have to go back in there and make sure those are going, but I want to put some graphics in first.
It's this guy saying, you've got to just press record. You got if you're gonna make videos, you gotta just press record. No matter you can do all the research, you can do all the things, but at some point you gotta just press record. And so I was reading in Mark today, in Mark chapter 1, and 3 specific instances just drew my mind back to you gotta take the first step. You gotta just press the first step. What? Yeah, we'll use what we can. We'll tie it in any way that we can. That's right. And so the first one, if you're in Mark chapter 1, I want to draw your attention to Mark chapter 1 and verse 12 that says Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness. Well, the first thing I want you to notice there's an additional one. Well, the first thing I want you to notice there is that it uses the word drove. It used the word. I hope that this is a message today that drives you to take the first step. But I thought it was interesting because in the same account in Matthew chapter 4, verse 1, it says that the Holy Spirit or the Spirit led him into the wilderness. But in Mark, it says that he was driven into the wilderness. And, you know, Mark is written primarily from the perspective of Simon Peter. Mark was a disciple of Peter. That gives you a lot of insight into Mark already because we know that it's one of the shortest books. If you look over at the epistles that Peter wrote, they're pretty short. You know, Peter just says what he's got to say and he moves on. And when you even watch Peter's behavior throughout the Gospels, you'll notice he seems to speak as quickly or quicklier than he thinks. I sympathize. I feel that. I might be like that a little bit. And so he'll speak and let you know immediately what he's thinking. And I thought maybe this is just something that Peter dealt with. Maybe Peter or Mark, either one of them, as their personality type, they needed a little less gentle nudging, a little less quiet whisper of the Holy Spirit. Maybe they needed a little bit more of a drive. They needed their situation or their circumstance to get a little funky. They needed to be put with their backs up against the wall, and they had to be driven to change. Something had to happen to get them to the point of change or the point of action or the point of doing the thing that they knew that they needed to do. But the other thing that it does here is it says, it's actually the second time it says it in the chapter, it says, immediately he drove him into the wilderness. Again, just because of my says immediately. The second time it says it in the chapter, it says immediately he drove him into the wilderness. Again, just because of my history and reading the Bible, I know that Mark uses the word immediately a lot. As a matter of fact, this... Okay, so I'm going to take a break for a few minutes, and then I'm going to probably be a little more sparing on how much of this I do, because I'm running out of time on that. I guess I could probably put in another hard drive and capture more. But I'm going to come back, and we're going to do some graphics and get those ready. And I kind of want to just put my brain around how I want to do the graphics. So there's a couple of ways that we could do it. One, we can make them all manually. So you could go into Canva and make them. We could put them in natively to the what is this? To the editor. We could go into Photoshop and make them. The way that I typically do scripture slides, because it's a little easier, is I do them in ProPresenter and I export them out into the screen. So, or I export them out and then put them in here. So I might do it that way. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it just yet, but stay tuned because we're going to find out. Okay, so now I got everything rolling over here now. So I've decided I want to use Photoshop, and I'm going to copy and paste from Bible Gateway all of my scriptures. Bible Gateway changed something at some point. It's not as easy as it used to be to copy and paste, but they're still probably the best and quickest way to do it, even versus Logos. Okay, so we'll just open a couple of these. And 15. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this from scratch because I love y'all. So we're gonna go 4K size, 3840 by 2160. I do the resolution a little higher. They say 72 is enough, but you know, I'm not sure. I want to turn on the artboards. Okay, and you'll see why in a minute. And then I also want to go down here to properties and make sure that it's a transparent background and not. So now when I turn that off, that should be okay. All right, so for now, I'm going to go that color. We're going to get rid of that in a minute. but I want to kind of create a format here. Put that right there for the time being. We're going to go white. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing, but I want to create a box. We will copy this. And then when it comes to Bible text, I don't like to be as design heavy. I like to be a little bit more let's go 60. Now, is there a way to do that? I like to turn off the hyphenations. Okay. And there we go. Okay, that's good to know. All right. So now that we've got that, I also like to go, we'll have to manually do this. I like a little bold on the number. I also like a little superscript on the number. That might be too bold. Let's go regular. Nope. Let's go medium. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, okay. We're going to leave that alone for a minute because I'm going to come in and I'm going to do a couple of more. So one, we'll keep up. We're going to put that up there. We're going to call that the template. Mark 1:12. Okay. Mark 1:14. 15. Let's grab that. Okay, we'll go superscript, regular, regular, superscript. I gotta come down here too, even though I already did it.
regular, superscript. Okay. Now, if I don't like the way that's filling in, see, I can do that and it'll fill in differently. I do have the hyphenations turned off. Okay. And you do that under paragraph. Once you go to paragraph and expand it, you can turn that off. If you can't find paragraph, you go to window and go down here and turn on paragraph. I also have it right there. So character, I'm superscripting, but I'm using Gibson, if you're wondering. Okay, so now I have my template. I need to change this to mark 1, 14 through 15. We will put ESV on these. I normally do not do that. Center. We're gonna go center. We're gonna go center. Center. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the text. I'm going to go to type. This is why we want to have a template version. We're going to go rasterize type layer. Same thing up here or down here. Type rasterize type layer. And now I can align that to the center of the screen. Okay, then also I can turn these off. We're going to try something. I don't know that I'm going to love this. We'll save it as scripture slides. We're going to put this in. Now, this would be easier actually to do in Premiere. So Premiere, a lot of this is easier to do in Premiere. Let's go to, what we got on here? There we go. Save that in there. Okay. File, export as. We want everything to be a PNG and we'll need to select that separately. PNGs, the transparencies are going to go. We're going to go export. We're going to go back to the same place. We're going to go scripture. We're going to open that. It's exporting. Then I should be able to drag that over to Final Cut. And I have a scripture portion here. So I marked that out in 2 places. That's mark 12. Now, what this should do, you see how it's transparent? That's why we did the PNG and all that stuff I showed you with the artboards and everything. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and grab this same stuff that we did earlier. And that's what it looks like now.
Drove him out into the wilderness. Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness.
Now, also watch this. I need to put these adjustment layers on. Whoa.
And verse 12 that says the Spirit of, I hope that
But sometimes in a moment like that, I might take that back and let myself be wide when I come back. See?
Chapter 1 and verse 12 that says the Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness. Well, the first thing I want you to notice there is...
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go new compound clip. then I want to try doing the wipe, because we know the wipe works. So hit that with a wipe.
Verse 12, that says, the Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness. Well, the first into the wilderness. Well, the first thing I want you to notice there is that it uses the word drove. It used the words. I hope that this is a message today that immediately.
So we can use the same thing.
It says immediately. It says.
Okay, I'm going to try to do a little highlight here real quick. So check this out. I'm winging this. I don't know how to do it, but we're going to figure it out together real quick. Actually, let's just look it up. So here's a realistic looking highlighter effect.
To whatever highlighter color you'd like. Later, over our clip, change the color to yellow.
Okay. It's kind of what I thought.
Use the word immediately.
Okay. Bam. Yellow. Normal. What's he say to do?
But you can change it to whatever highlighter color you'd like. Your words. I'd suggest making the perimeter a bit. I'd suggest making the.
So he's saying keep it the same and just drop the opacity. Okay. But also what we can do that normal people cannot is we can put it on top of it as well. Okay. And then this we can bring up a little bit then. Okay. Now
Says immediately. He drove him into the wilderness. Immediately.
okay, so now we're going to go scale. See if we can move that. so move that right there, and then go. Okay, so that's there, and then we'll come back over here and we'll go 0. We're gonna make that a little faster. Okay, now we're gonna go to epidemic sound. We're gonna look for a pencil. I just need one pencil stroke. Ooh, hello. I think that one might be it. Where'd it go? Right there? Keep that. In fact, go ahead and download it. And then we'll also try. Kind of like, well, that sounds better. I do not want to open that in there. Show and Finder. We go sound effects. Again, just because of my history and reading the Bible, that is not the right sound. Go back. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Well, just enough and immediately. Okay, there we go. That's done. It says, immediately he drove him into the wilderness. Okay, so now we're going to take all of this, create a new compound clip again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Now we'll go wipe on both sides.
The chapter, it says, immediately he drove him into the wilderness. Again, just because of my history and reading the Bible, I know that Mark.
I think I like that again, being out when that comes in. Okay.
Uses the word immediately a lot. As a matter of fact, this morning as I was reading, I counted out the immediatelys in chapter 1, and in chapter 1, I think it was 9 times in chapter 1 that it says the word immediately. I counted out the immediatelys in chapter 1, and in chapter 1, I think it was 9 times in chapter 1 that it says the word immediately. It was once or twice in the second chapter, but then I looked this up to see how many times it says immediately in the entire book of Mark, and it says it 30. I counted out the immediatelys in chapter 1, and in chapter 1, I think it was 9 times in chapter 1 that it says the word immediately. It was once or twice in the second chapter, but then I looked this up to see how many times it says immediately in the entire book of Mark. It says it 36 times. 36 times Mark says immediately. That's interesting because the word immediately only shows up in the English Standard Version 102 times in the entire New Testament, meaning that 35.3% of the time the word immediately is used, it's used in the Gospel of Mark.
So, by the way I just figured that out is I went to a calculator that does percentages. And so I just typed in what is 36, what percent is 36. Well, I guess I could show you on the deal. Percentage calculator. And just say 36 is what percent of 102, and it tells you 35.2941, 3%, 0.3%, 35.3%.
Times in the entire New Testament, meaning that 35.3% of the time the word immediately is used, it's used in the Gospel of Mark. So there is a sense of why wait in Mark. There's a sense of why wait. And then on top of that, in Mark chapter 1, verses 14 and 15, it says this. This is interesting. It says,
okay, let's go scripture. Mark chapter 1, verses 14 and 15. We'll do the same thing where we grab those pieces, bring them over here. Bring them out as much as we can.
now after John was arrested, Jesus came into Galilee proclaiming the gospel of God and saying that
So let's do that again with the highlighter. I thought that was cool. Come on, man. There we go. Could have done that. That'd be easier. Okay. We're going back over here. We're going.
Okay. Proclaiming the gospel of God and saying, the time is fulfilled. The time.
Uh-oh, that's not it. I go right here, go bam. Go over here, go bam, bam. Okay, I do a lot of sound effects when I'm doing things. I don't know why. It's quite room temperature at this point. Okay, so first thing is, let's see if we can... Okay, now let's go over again, junk, and over again, junk. Okay, now we're gonna go. We'll do the sound effect first, because what's cool is we have some different options here. So that's coming off. By the way, you need to change those audio roles to effects. Okay.
The time.
Okay. No, actually, I just want to scale the X.
The time.
Back that off a little bit. There we go. And
Phil.
right there. Okay. Take that. Scale the X.
The time is fulfilled.
I'll bring that back just a scotch.
The time is fulfilled, and the
There we go.
kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel.
Okay, and in this situation, we're probably going to have to, well, at least this. to repeat that. Then we'll drag that.
And the kingdom of God.
Okay. So we'll just drag all of that out. And then we compound clip it. New compound clip. Okay. And then I can cut. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go smaller for a moment. Shunk, shunk. New compound clip. Okay. All right, and then I can just cut it and wipe it then from there.
Now, after John was arrested,
Okay, let's go wipe there, and then we'll figure it out in a second.
Jesus came into Galilee proclaiming the gospel of God and saying, the time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. What? Well, I thought this was interesting because the same account in
Same thing where I'm in and out at different times. There we go.
John was arrested, Jesus came into Galilee proclaiming the gospel of God and saying, the time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. Well, I thought this was interesting because the same account in Matthew, Matthew chapter 4, this is the first time that Mark preaches, that Jesus preaches in Mark. And the first time that Jesus preaches in Matthew chapter 4, is it verse 1 or verse 17? I want to tell you right, and because I'm sitting here, I can look. Okay, verse 17.
So right there, probably be a good spot for me to go back to this.
Or verse 17. I want to tell you. Or is it verse 1 or verse 17? I want to tell you right, and because I'm sitting here, I can look. Okay, verse 17. It says, from that time Jesus began to preach, saying, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Notice he...
Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another title, but I'm going to do this different. I'm going to do this as a footnote. It's Matthew 4:17. Do that, and then I'm going to create a little blackness there. Do no. Do black. Change those. I'm going to align these together if it'll let us. Yep, I believe it did. Put that in a folder. Align it to the screen. There we go. Mat 4:17. File, export as, and I can just keep exporting these over and over again. Now, earlier when I changed those to PNGs, you'll see that they're all PNGs now because it saved that to each artboard. Okay, let's go scripture. Mat 4:17, and we'll just put that right there. And okay, it's not wanting to play, so that's not good.
And the first time that Jesus preaches in Matthew chapter 4, is it verse 1 or verse 17? I want to tell you right, and because I'm sitting here, I can look. Okay, verse 17.
Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll put wipes on that. And hopefully it'll just look fine.
Okay, verse 17. It says, from that time Jesus began to preach, saying, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Notice he doesn't say the time is fulfilled. The time is, why Jesus began to preach, saying, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Notice he doesn't say the time is fulfilled. The time is, why wait any longer? In Mark, he says that. It's just interesting because, again, Mark, it has this essence in chapter 1 of now is the time to make the next step. Now is the time to take your first step. Now is the time to take your next step. Now is the time for action. Now is the time to make things happen. You know, the other day I was listening to someone.
Even though when I'm really moving around, you hear it, I'm actually really impressed with this lav mic under the t-shirt.
Just for a few moments, who is not a Christian, they aren't a believer, but they said something that got me thinking. They said, I think patience is an overrated virtue. And, you know, patience is a fruit of the Spirit. Patience is a sign of love. Patience is obviously important. Patience is a Christian behavior. But it got me to think, do we misapply where we should have patience? The reality is, we want to have patience in the sense that we don't expedite, we don't hurry up, we don't get to work in making a change in our situation, but then we won't have patience with people, because if you don't believe the truth, brother, I'm not gonna have patience with you. And it's funny that the truth just happens to be whatever our political party is talking about at that time. Isn't that weird how that happens? How truth is so connected to our politics. Wow, that's so insightful. And so anyway, she had said that patience is an overrated virtue. And I think when you're being patient with people who are on their journey, when you're being patient with people who are, maybe they aren't a godly individual, and we're demonstrating patience to them so they will feel love, they will sense that they're loved, they'll sense that there's something inside of us that may not be inside of them. And you know, when you show patience to people, who are growing in their faith, when you show patience to people who believe differently than you believe, I believe that is important. I believe that you could never place, that is beyond valuable. You couldn't place a value on that. It is so crucial to our spiritual life and to following Jesus Christ. But I do think that we can be overly patient with our circumstances. Too often, we just allow things to go on and on and on, or we allow things to stay the same, and we never make the move to change, to move our life in a direction that is better, that is more profitable, both financially, spiritually, you could even say mentally, our physical health. We don't take those steps. We don't just take the step, and we don't grow impatient with what's going on, impatient with the issue at hand, and then make a change. And so in that sense, I think we ought to be a little less patient. I won't get into it in this message today, but yesterday at church, they were talking about being content. And I thought, my goodness, we have just misappropriated the idea of being content. Should we be content in all things? Absolutely. Was Paul content in all things? Absolutely. Do I think we understand what content means? I don't. I think we've made it something that it's not. So today what I want to do is I want to give you just a few tips on taking your first step. This is what is holding you back, is you haven't taken the first step. And I want to help you take the first step. And by the way, when you take your first step, it needs to be an actual step. It doesn't need to be a pretend step. It doesn't need to be a baby step. It doesn't need to be a little scoot. You need to step forward and start moving. And you're going to have to determine if you're doing that or not on your own. So, number one. Okay, so I know these 3 points. So what I want to do is I want to try something. I don't know how to do it in here. I know how to do it over there. We're going to do full screen points, so that'll make life easier. Okay, we're going to use this template again. But this time we're going to go. We're going to do bigger. One. What are my 3 points? And I can make these now, and I don't have to worry about them later. Okay. I'll go ahead and make that different. Let's go bam, bam. This one we will be all caps. Oh, that was a bam, bam, bam. Okay, and then we're going to take these and go. Point 1. Point 2. Point 3. Okay. Determine it. Schedule it. I'm making sure I'm being consistent with the periods. 3. Track it. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is the same thing we did earlier. I'm going to go. Actually, I'm going to make a copy of this just in case I lose it. Okay, let's see if I can do multiples of these at once. Perfect. Okay. Determine it and track it. Then I want to change the name of this to template point. That's not even going to say template, but that's okay. Okay, and then we'll go point 2, point 3, point 1. That'll help when it exports. File, export as. Export. I need to make sure I save this Photoshop document when it's done. Save. There we go. Take this, point 1, 2, and 3 right there. Whoop, hold on. I am just going to dump this in the scripture because I know. Wait, hang on. That didn't work. 1, 2, and 3. Scripture. So I kind of know that's just step. You need to determine determine or not on your own. So number one, first thing that you need to do is you need to determine it. Same thing. Go over here, grab these little pieces. I might change the color on this one. What's the, right there? Let's see. Nah, we'll leave it be. Let it be what it was. Okay. I'm going to leave these because I'm going to replace them in a moment. First thing that you need to do is you need to determine the step. You need to determine it. You need to do your research, and and that you do not keep yourself from taking action because you're researching. So put some parameters on that. Dave Ramsey calls this the paralysis of the analysis. You can't get yourself to move into action because you're just analyzing. And so we're going to not do that. We're going to take that first step. We're going to determine what it is with a little bit of time. We're not going to take forever and research it. I would say, if it's a brand new idea, a week at most. If it's something that you've been pondering for a long time, you need to take tonight and think through it, and tomorrow we need to get to work. Number two, you need to schedule it. Okay, I'll take point 2. Place from start. There we go. You need to schedule it. Put it on the calendar and don't change the date. When are you taking that first step? When are you to do is I do something called calendar blocking. And I don't think, there's another thing that people call it, and I'm not sure what it is, but I call it calendar blocking. I'm pretty sure other people do as well. And I use calendar blocking versus a to-do list. So anytime that I have something to do, let's just say I have 5 things to do in a day, rather than putting a list and saying, 5 things, I go in my calendar, I go visually on my phone, use my calendar, and I go in my calendar and actually put the time that I'm going to do it and how much time I believe it's going to take. And so I was like, and now it's all scheduled, and I'm going to overschedule myself, I'm going to do it at the right time. I'm going to have the right amount of time. And most days I end up running ahead of schedule, which is good because I like being ahead of schedule, frankly. I really do. And so calendar blocking helps. And that way you can put it on the calendar, make sure you have enough time to take those first steps. And sometimes it might be blocking out several days for you to do stuff. But if it's a several day thing, you might want to break it down into incremental things that you schedule so you're not just ending up spending more time researching and going back to step 1. And then step 3 is you need to track it. You need to track 1. Step 1. And then step 3 is you need, put that there. Place from start. You need to track it. You need to track it. So you got to determine it, you got to schedule it, and then you need to track it. So you got to okay. I'll take these. New compound clip. Okay. New compound clip. Okay. New compound clip. Okay. Then we're going to go wipe. One thing I do like is when I drop it on there, it puts at the beginning and the end. I do want to make sure that that is 1. And then step 3 is you need to track it. You need to track it. So you got to determine it, you got to schedule it, and then you need to track. Step 1. And then step 3 is you need to track it. You need to track it. So you got to determine it, you got to schedule it, and then you need to track it. You need to keep a journal or a checklist to verify that you're doing what you're supposed to. Now, a real simple way that you can do this, I used to buy these little tiny journals that were like 3.5 inches by 5.5 inches. They were really small, and so I'd get these little bitty journals, and I would try to just write a page every day. And that way, I wasn't trying to write a novel every morning. And so you could get one of those little journals, and step on, because once you take the first step, you've got to take the rest of them until you arrive where you want to arrive. Something else that I did is I used something called the Productive app. I don't even know if it's around anymore, but basically every day it would make sure to tell me all the things I need to do every day. And I just check those off and tell me how many days I've been consistent. So very good. So you just need to track it. You got to make sure that you track it. But ultimately, you have to take the first step. I was processing this idea yesterday, and I won't get into it too much. But the grace is essentially, it works like this. Okay? And this is a little bit of the issue for me because I'm a grace preacher. So I'm convinced that everything that you need is fully provided in the finished work of Jesus Christ. So in the finished work of Jesus Christ, you are favored and you are blessed. But if you aren't doing something to be favored and blessed in, this favored and blessed, has nothing to go over and set itself on. And so you need to make sure that you're producing activity in your life that the favor and the blessing can come over and rest on and manifest and produce and reproduce and grow and expand. So you've got to make sure that you're taking those first steps. So maybe you're watching this today and you say to yourself, Jason, I have yet to take the first step in my faith. Forget the first step in everything else in my life. I haven't taken the first step in my faith. I haven't even put my faith in Jesus Christ. Just for a moment, I want us to set aside any other thoughts of taking the first step. And let's just focus on that. I want you to repeat this prayer after me. If you say, today's the day I need to put my faith in Jesus Christ. Say, dear Jesus.
Okay, so I don't know what I said here, because to be honest with you, I don't normally end like this. In this moment, I realized I didn't have an ending. So.
I give you everything that I am. I hand my life over to you. It has become obvious that I am not sufficient of myself, and I need you to help me.
Normally, when I do a salvation moment like this, I actually already have it written out and I read it so I know exactly what I'm saying.
Put my faith, focus on that. And I want you to repeat this prayer after me. If you say, today's the day I need to put my faith in Jesus Christ. Say, dear Jesus, I give you everything that I am. I hand my life over to you. It has become obvious that I am not sufficient of myself, and I need you to help me be whole. To help me be complete. I make you the Lord of my life. In Jesus' name, amen. Now, to be honest with you, when we say prayers like this, I think you just got grandfathered in. I think you've got about 3 weeks of salvation. You need to get into a church and find out what the gospel in its completion is.
So real quick, I want to take that and make something out of it. But
the first step in everything.
But I do want to see. I want to see if it would dictate to my phone.
Thing else I'm over. I haven't taken the first step in my faith. I haven't even put my faith in Jesus Christ. Just for a moment, I want us to set aside any other thoughts of taking the first step, and let's just focus on that. And I want you to repeat this prayer after me. If you say, today's the day I need to put my faith in Jesus Christ. Say, dear Jesus, I give you everything that I am. I hand my life over to you. It has become obvious that I am not sufficient of myself, and I need you to help me be whole, to help me be complete. I make you the Lord of my life. In Jesus' name, amen. Now,
okay, so I got dear Jesus, and I got the now at the end. Copy. Let's see how that did compared. So you could just go through and clean it up. To help me be whole, to help me be complete.
I make you the Lord of my life. In Jesus' name. Amen. Not bad. But I'm going to take the one that I typed. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, hang on. We'll take this template. V. I am going to use not quite as aggressive text. Okay, we'll go type, rasterize, bam, bam. Salvation prayer, turn that off, file, export as, we'll just do that. Open, we'll go back over here. When it comes through, we will have it. When it comes through, we will have it. Are you exporting? There it goes. Okay, so we'll grab that, put that over here. We'll also put that in the scripture just because I kind of, it's not scripture and not scripture. It's a category to help me sort. Thing that I am. Everything else I'm over. I haven't have yet to take the first step. Forget the first step in everything else. I haven't taken the first step in my faith. I haven't even put my faith in Jesus Christ. Just for a moment, I want us to set aside any other thoughts of taking the first step. Let's just focus on that. I want you to repeat this prayer after me. If you say, today's the day I need to put my faith in Jesus Christ. Say, dear Jesus. Dear Jesus. Same thing that we've been doing. Go back here and grab them again. Now this time I'm going to need to go. Let's just say, over to you. It has become obvious that I am not sufficient of myself, and I need you to help me be whole, to help me be complete. I need the Lord of my life in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. New compound clip. You know what? I think that's a little big, so I'm actually going to go in here and shrink that down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I like that better. Get that there. We'll go wipes. Okay. Faith in Jesus Christ. Say, dear Jesus.
Back that up just a scotch. There we go.
Jesus Christ. Say, dear Jesus, I give you everything that I am. I hand my life over to you. It has become... I did just catch, though, in there that I need to make sure that the... And it's really because people freak out. Well... Okay. Let's do it again. Shunk. Hand my life over to you. It's become obvious that I'm not sufficient of myself and I need you. Tell me, I make you the Lord of my life. Okay, there we go. Now see, if I didn't do that, people would just send me message after message about how I put something wrong on the screen. And so, you know, sometimes you just want to get rid of it while you can. Because that's the thing. Sometimes you make a mistake and people just send you stuff all day long, or they make suggestions like you can go in and change it. Once it's on YouTube, it's done, man. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm gonna go in there. I have to replace that. Okay, that's correct. Place from start. Go back. In Jesus' name, amen. Now, to be honest with you, when we say prayers like this, I think you just got grandfathered in. I think you've got about 3 weeks of salvation. You need to get into a church and find out what the gospel in its completion is and actually what you're putting your faith in. We are saved by grace. Looks like that's the ending. Jesus Christ. See you in the next video. All right. So we'll call that the end. We'll also mark it. Okay, so was that my best message? Was that my best video? Was that the most complete message or video I've ever done? Absolutely not. But that's okay. That's okay. 89. 90. Okay. Let's put a little music there at the end. Let's use the same song we started with. I like to use the endings. See you in the next video. Through Jesus Christ. See you in the next video. Actually, I'm going to give it a little bit more juice on the end here. Join me today. Make sure that you share this with a friend. Make sure that you take the first step. And until next time, I'm praying that you continue to experience grace for life through Jesus Christ. With that last hit right there. Just I'm praying that you continue to experience grace for life through Jesus Christ. See you in the next video. Okay, so was that my best message? Was that my best video? Was that the most complete message or video I've ever done? Absolutely not. Because I was bringing you... But that's okay. Because I was bringing you... But that's okay. Because I was bringing you on the journey with me today. So it wasn't... That wasn't my next book that I just did. So anyway, what I'm going to do now... coincidentally, that was actually what the initial idea for Grace for Today and Grace for Life were. A year ago or 2 years ago, I was considering starting the year by basically taking the concept of daily vlogging and Christian television, merging them together and saying every day I have to go into the Word. I would take you with me. I have to go into the Word. I have to come out with something to preach. And so every day, basically, you go with me for 2 or 3 hours, and of course we'd condense that, and you would get to see the process of being in the Word, writing out a message, preaching it, and then that would be the end of every video. So that was the initial idea, and I just didn't do it. Someone discouraged me pretty hard, and so I just Did my thing. Well, I'm kind of glad though, because I really, I like to vlog occasionally. I don't like doing it every day. I'm doing it right now. Today is one of those days. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set my computer up, and I'm going to go into Final Cut, and I'm going to edit this whole thing down, and you're going to be able to see. What's funny is I don't even use Final Cut, so it's going to be weird because it's not what I edit in. But I'm going to show you me editing in Final Cut this video. So it would be kind of like we get to do it together. Okay, so literally that is the point at which I will insert all of this footage. Let me show you how I'm going to export real quick. I go up here, and then I use the 4K default. Let me show you how I added that. So if you go in here, go to Add Destination, Compressor Settings. There's built-in compressor settings. If you type in 4K, it should just come up. And right there's 4K for upload to web sharing sites such as YouTube and Vimeo. And that obviously is primarily what I do. So it's a little more dialed down in Premiere. So this was fun because we kind of learned this together. So y'all got to see me not knowing what I was doing. And I've made these videos long on purpose. I actually think I'm gonna put that disclaimer at the beginning. So let me record it. Hello, faithful friends of the internet. Oh, it just occurred to me, we never put any music at the beginning. So let's go in here and do some music. Hello, faithful friends of the internet. Hello, faithful friends of the internet. Listen, today I want to do something a little different that I think will be interesting. Then I'll drag with that intro that I record or that I've recorded since I was sitting here. I will drag that back and put it on there. Hello, faithful friends of the internet. Listen, today I want to do something a little different that I think will be interesting. I need to go make a cup of coffee, but basically what I want to do is I want to sit down, read the scripture, come out with a teaching and teach it, and do all of that on video this morning. And I'm doing some other things too. Like one, I'm filming in a different frame rate than I normally have been. I'm wearing a lav mic. Right there. I want to see how noisy that is. So I'm doing a bunch of stuff to kind of just, test things and see what's going on. But the reason is I haven't read yet today. Only I do that very early in the morning. It's about 9:15 now. But my wife wanted to sleep in today, and so I wanted to let you know when I take the kids to school. So I took the kids to school. So my morning got all shuffled around, and I just figured, first thing in the morning, I don't really want to get on camera. 9:15, whole new world. Also, I feel like I have to say every time, poor guys here, he's like, what the heck is going on? Every time. Here, he's gonna be like, what the heck is going on? Every time I get on camera, I feel like I have to say, also I feel like I have to say every time, poor guy's here, he's gonna be like, what the heck is going on? Every time I get on camera, I feel like I have to say, our house is a wreck. But it's because, it's a couple of reasons. One reason is because we're busy making money. Reason number two is because we're moving. And so I'm like going through all kinds of stuff right now. In fact, you can see in here, this is a wall of okay, we'll do some coffee. of the most one of the most important things with a Yeti mug is figuring out where you like get into and then let's go in here and get us some meditation music. No, music. You know, the question is, how long am I going to need here? This is... only 6 minutes. Okay, so let me just grab a couple of these. What's this? All right, so we'll kind of use that lo-fi whatever right there. Okay. Funk. So, okay, so I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Let's set up and film. I actually want to stay on the camera for this. Normally, what I do, let me show you what I... Okay, so that's all the music we're going to use for this, except for the intro that I'll throw in a minute. Perfect. Boom. Let's be done. Now, just this process, just so you know, I used this hard drive. Let me go ahead and show this to you real quick. So I'm going to pop this in right here. I've had to use 2 of these for the screen recording because it's recording such a high frame rate. And then I've got one here on this camera. And I have an SD card that's recorded all the audio from the microphone. All I have to import is that. Once I put these in, I can edit this footage directly from these hard drives. SD cards are a little harder to edit directly from, but these things are blazing. So that thing's popping up. There it is. Bam. And so now I have the screen recording in there. And so we'll put this in and synchronize it, and it'll be great because it'll all come together. In fact, let me just show that to you real quick. The synchronizing, and then we're done. Okay, so I just want you to see, I've dragged everything into a little folder here called screen sharing. This is everything, okay? I went in and I selected all of the same camera, okay? I think I can do that, yep. Then I went over here and I gave it a camera name, so it was all the same. So now what I'm gonna do, select all of that. I'm gonna go to Synchronize Clips, use custom settings. I do not wanna use the audio. I wanna use the time code. I also wanna be 23, and let's just see what happens. Bam. There's the synchronized. So this is everything in here. You'll see it's not exactly the same everywhere. It didn't lay out exactly the same. But that's okay. We're going to fix that. This is crazy because it even has the gaps of the break times that I took. How about that, man? How about that? And this is like 3 hours of stuff. Wow. That's crazy. I'm just going to kind of prop this here because I do think this is worth seeing some stuff. What I'm doing is I'm trying to let's see. Can I move this off? Can I lift it? How do I lift? Lift from storyline. There we go. When you're unsure, one of the things you can do is you come in here and you create a cut on everything. So now you know it's going to line back up when you pull it off. So now I'm gonna, man, there we go, we'll do that, and then I'm gonna put that up there. Bam. Okay, so now all of that will be lined up. And also go down here to properties and make sure that it's a transparent.
Bam. This is gonna be awesome.
Field Ministries.
Hello, faithful friends of the internet.
I didn't realize this, but because of the way I captured,
the screen sharing, which I go from my computer into another one of these things, a Ninja V, into the monitor. So this monitor is actually coming off of that. I didn't realize. So I'm still going to pull that all the way down. In my iPad. Actually, I'm not. Let's go. Let's go audio -10, and that'll probably. All right, so I have the teaching kind of outlined in my iPad. I'm going to open it up here on the computer, and let me just see. I hear myself talking. Hang on. So basically, I'll take this clip. I'll throw it in there. It is all I have to do that is down here at the end. I can just grab the whole synchronized clip, and then it's in the video. But I'm going to go in and adjust that a little bit, and it'll look super cool.